Really. Test this out now. Testing the sound. No sound. Well, let's have a look at this. freeunderworld.org. All media reptilian liars controlling all the information to keep you asleep. See how, and this is a blog and website. Aliens claim to control the world. Why not mention how to Yabaka? Why would our governments hide and keep lying about the exciting discovery man will ever make? We're not alone. The interview I'm looking for is 1994. Alex Coroner, direct a particular breed behind it all, enslaved and did one of the things is a video. Peggy Kane interview. Reptilians, her experiences. Shape-shifting demons attack your brain, especially sleep as well. Brain space technology. I shall yeah, there goes that. April. In April. That's a big family. I don't have one release. I can take me. Then you step in the hills, sneak it up. Electronic voice. EVP and reverse speech analyst Albert Jalen. This is vital information, key, relevant truths of our world. Beyond, some of the videos are actually deleted. It was a Rick Keith Shooter channel, and many others are fuzzy. There's deliberate effort to cover up facts, especially when you I just watched a movie, and it's about alien adoptions. Be careful about misconception. I'd also watched a documentary and 3 movies channel called Patient 17 with implants removal. This is Richard Bruce YouTube channel he uploaded. Anyway, let's have a look who makes comments. Nice. I've been trying to find the original source video. Haven't had to find it. So I'll play this.
How many of you have seen an angel?
Okay, Peggy, it's April 30th, 2006, and we're just hours away from May 2006. And yesterday, April 29th, you posted a summary of your website and proclaimed it to be your final post for the website and set the closing date of the site for a couple days into May. What led to this decision?
I just didn't want to be involved with a big countdown. I felt I said everything I needed to say. I'd given every bit of information that I could come up with as far as what I believe was going on, what, the agendas, the reptilians, the cloning, the cloaking, and then the dates, this May leaving of this ship. So I felt that now it would just be rehashing. If there was any other information that I had forgotten, all these other people were doing reverse speaking, and I assumed that they could find it out for themselves. So I felt it was time.
You said from reverse speaking, I've learned about the reptilians, the plight of the people in the astral world, the reptilian eating of human meat, the net, the extent of the manipulation of all structures and beliefs, the cloaking of reptiles within people, the multi-dimensional nature of all of us, the role of other allies like the Pleiadians, the incoming of Planet X, as well as the true nature of the Creator. I had to let go of so many of my beliefs and now simply serve the One, which is all life, to the best of my ability. Now, many years ago, you were a co-host of UFO AZ, you had a couple radio shows that you worked with, you worked in Off the Record, The Cutting Edge, you even staffed a UFO abduction hotline for a while. And if I'm correct, you also won a lottery a number of years ago, and that gave you some of the opportunity to do a lot of research. How has all the information that you've gathered doing reverse speech changed what you knew then to what you know now?
At the time, well, I've gone through the process, being raised as a Roman Catholic. I got into sort of Eastern meditation. I was in a car. And then I went into the New Age. I listened to a lot of channeling and interviewing probably, I don't know how many hundreds of people over the time with the different, co-hosting the different shows. I heard practically every belief system available on this planet. And I subscribed to the fact that we were living here to learn, that this was part of the journey, that karma and reincarnation played into it, that there were different levels of reality, and that in our day-to-day reality, we can create our own reality through our intention, through our thoughts, through our beliefs. And I had to let most all that go. I found out that the near-death experience was a ruse, that we're in a net, we're in lockdown. This is not about karma and reincarnation. They reincarnate. This interdimensional reptilian race keeps us in a cycle in the game. We don't get out. we're just cycled around and around. If you mess up, usually by their manipulation, and you wind up in the lower astral realm, you are aimed to be hunted and eaten as food. Now, that includes little children who wind up there, sometimes because they die along with parents who, for some reason, there are a lot of little children in that world. And those little children are abused. It's just as physical over there as it is here. So this whole spirit, spirit thing didn't pan out. We're not ephemeral wisps of energy floating around cemeteries. And the first time I really got that was when using EVP. I learned it through talking to people on the other side. They told me, and Francis in particular, Francis Haley, told me in particular what life was like over there, which was fine in the beginning because I knew he had been a screw-up, let's just say, and his friends were all messed up too, and I figured, well, okay, they got what they deserved by being in that place. It was not until I learned about the children there that that was a wake-up call for me. He told me that there was a family who were being kicked out of their house. They had no money, and he said if they go to jail, the sadistic jailers will rape the little children. And that was the day that I said, there's another agency. This is not about God. This is not about karma. There's something wrong. And that really is what got me started. And once I figured that out and I stopped being, a cloud riding New Ager, the people on the other side began to talk to me really honestly. Because I said, there's something wrong. You're not supposed to be there. This is not right. And that got their attention. And that's when they really asked me if I would try to help them. Of course, how do I do that? But
now, you said, well, do you feel like a messenger of sorts? You said at one time on your website, I never wanted to be a messenger. But do you feel like a messenger of sorts?
Well, I feel like I stumbled upon this EVP and then reverse speaking. It just happened. Whether it was ordained or not, I don't know. I don't feel that this is anything special with me. It's not my great gifts or my big psychic ability. It's nothing to do with that. It's a technical modality that I happened upon, and my intention for the website was to try to get other people listening too, because the more the better.
And you succeeded.
That's the best part of this.
Now, you say your house is like Grand Central Station. The first few questions here I'm going to ask how all this has affected you and your personal life. So you mentioned that your house is like Grand Central Station. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's always entities here. For the first 2 years, Francis and the gang were in and out all the time. They would talk to me on my recorder. Now, I had glimpses of Francis, but it was very quick. But most of the time, I don't see or hear interdimensional, either people or reptilians. And I'm glad. I do not need that. I mean, if I thought I could, I would shut it down to the best of my ability. But they would be here. They would comment on, they knew about my habits. They knew about my life. They knew about, there is no privacy whatsoever, let me tell you.
And besides that, they even invaded you during the night. You said you had nighttime encounters with them.
Sure, they'd be in bed with me.
Well, tell me, one of the more shocking parts of what you shared with everybody was that you had nighttime encounters with reptilians and that they molested you and made you pregnant at one point.
I did. That did happen. That was, I did not consciously think, at first I did not believe that they were pulling me out of my body or molesting me or raping me. I did not believe that. I thought I was completely protected. And by reversing myself, I found out that that was not necessarily true. That they can do that, and they do it to almost everybody. Whether they remember it or not, it doesn't matter. I did tell myself that...
In reverse speech.
In reverse speech. See, I talk to myself in reverse. I ask myself questions and I give myself answers. And this part of my mind is much more aware. than this shut down conscious state. And I basically told myself, I don't know if I can say this, I said it in such a way it doesn't mean that much. To have this sexual activity, what is it? It's just that. Don't get all worked up, and it's not the end of the world. I'm fine, you know. So I gave myself that gift when I first heard this. Then I also felt, I knew that I was having, I knew that I was made, I told myself I was made pregnant, and you know, I'm almost 60 years old. I mean, this is like, oh, how did that happen? But, you know, they could do these sorts of things. And I felt the night twice that they pulled the fetus out. It was very painful. It was in the middle of the night. I could feel it. And so, yeah, there's physical, even though you don't see blood, there's still the physical pain from something that happens like that.
And how did you deal with that? I know all the stress dealing with the spirit people at one time gave you shingles. Isn't that right?
I did.
So how'd you cope with all that?
You know, I just do. You know, I try to keep a perspective. You know what really keeps me going?
Again, thanks for
The plight of those people on the other side, because my life is a cakewalk compared to theirs.
Well, you said that you've also had to face a reptilian sorcerer, but that you were able to protect yourself and defend yourself through a force field that you've been able to put around yourself through breathing exercises.
Yeah, it's a form of shielding, using protection, you can use if you the white light, but it's more than just a visualization. I sort of describe it as you know, it's almost like getting psyched for the big game. You know, it's like, you know, I don't even know how to put it in words, but it's like feeling this barrier, this shield, this force field around you, and then really pumping it up. I think I was able to fend this one off. He was pretty strong, and the next day he said to me, "You have rare gifts," because they always talk on my recorders, and I think he left after that. But again, there have been times when I'm just out of it, sleeping, and I know I just get yanked out, and I find out about it later. So it doesn't always work.
You even found out about your own death. You said you heard about your own death.
Yes, I have. I don't really want to go into that.
Okay.
It's not this month, is it?
I no comment.
Oh my God.
Now, you have a friend named Bill who died, and his death was very traumatic for you.
Yes,
Why
it
was that? What happened?
Well, he was down in our little house. We have a little guest house. He passed. We didn't realize he had died. He died down in that guest house, and he was there for 2 days. And anyway, so that was traumatic just on that level, breaking into the house and finding him. So, but you know, he looked peaceful enough, and it's a natural thing, you know. So that doesn't really, it's not upsetting to me. But I decided to get it onto the recorder and see how he was doing on the other side, because I can talk to the people on the other side, and I also speak to myself. And when I reversed myself, my responses in reverse were so shocking to me. I was almost screaming, "I should slap you, you make me sick." And I was just like, I didn't know what that was meaning. And then it turned out they, the three of them who were here at the time, reptilians, said, "Yeah, we were hiding in the house when he died, and we grabbed him, and we ate him, and we left Barney down there to clean up the mess." That's what they said to me. And I wept for days, because to die alone was one thing, bad enough, and then to wake up and face that. I mean, nobody is really dead. All these people, those people who are eaten are sleeping under the net. They are in a sleep state. They are fine. They will rise up and they will be fine. But it's just that trauma of you know, here we're thinking we're going to heaven or something, and to wake up to face 3 reptiles who then probably hanged him. He probably was hanged. I don't know how they killed him. I didn't ask that.
You have another friend who you call Roger. That's not his actual name, but Roger has stayed with you for a while. He was in. Well, maybe describe his case. You said his reversals were horrific. Could you talk about Roger's case, because he stayed here in this with you as well?
Yes, he came out because he lived in Texas, and he would run voice-activated tape recorders at night and just had the most horrendous sounds on these recorders and voices, and he was looking for somebody to listen to them, and he came to Tucson to talk to Wendell Stevens, and Wendell just wasn't, he just wasn't ready for all that. But through the grapevine, he found out that I listened to tapes, and he came down here, and what I heard was just awful. It was just awful. And we spent the next couple of months doing everything we could to try to keep them away from him. And at the time, I just did not, I still didn't know just about the nature of this reality, but nothing we did really helped very much or for very long, which was another rug being pulled out from under me. You know, I mean, we did Reiki, we had a ceremony, we did holy water, he became born again Christian, not here, but when he traveled, he became a born again Christian, and seriously, I mean, truly, and a full immersion baptism. He had the whole congregation praying for him, covering himself in the blood of Jesus as protection, and he was attacked right in the church during the middle of all this. I mean, we did technologies, we did lead, we did garlic, we did vinyl, magnetics, magnet.
What were they doing to him when he was here? What were they doing? What kind of attacks?
Well, they would, other than the rapes, which are, they're collecting, rape is one of the ways they feed, by the way. They call that alien honey. When they're in the process of raping somebody, they are ingesting your energy in that form. They would also cut into his head. They put implants into his nose, into the sinus cavity, into his ears. They would, that way they could monitor or give him the visions and the voices that they wanted him to hear to keep him in this tied in with them state. They can manipulate his dreams, their dreamscape. Then they would also dig into his head. They would extract fluids, spinal fluids. They feed on different organs, body organs. They will use like almost the needles to extract. Now this is all astral. They extract fluids, body fluids. When they ingest people, they're not just eating meat. They are eating. What they're eating is, there's memory in our bones. They ingest elements, emotions, all these different things. Otherwise, they could just clone and eat people. Clone and eat and clone and eat. But that's not enough for them. The human body, when they ingest it, they take in much of what we are, or aspects of ourselves. Not our true spirit or soul, but they will absorb our essences. So it's not just meat to them. When they extract spinal fluids, which they do from a lot of people, if you have bumps or funny things going on behind your neck or in the back of your head, they sell that. It's synthesized and it is a drug. It's like their cocaine. They transport body parts and astral humans to Mars and to Orion, and they traffic in these. It's a big, big commerce. We are their whole life. Orion, Mars, and which are their two main bases of operation. They come from Orion. Mars they own. They have huge detention centers and huge meat lockers. Most of the people who die are taken to Mars and they have hanging pens where they then kill them again astrally in these hanging pens. I think they probably are raping people while they're getting ready to be hanged, because that is tremendous fear, and they ingest that energy, they will torture little children in front of their parents so that they can get that energy. I mean, there's no depths that this race will not stoop to. They have no compassion, cold and vicious. That's what I say about them.
You also have a friend who you say has a reptilian inside of him.
This is the same man. He does.
Same man.
He got seeded. Many people are seeded. If he's described it as tentacles, almost like tentacles of thought, like these thoughts that are very negative, destructive, will almost like wash over you like a wave. And now he knows what's going on. He saw this thing in his astral vision rise up out of himself and look in his face one night. Very dark. And the ones around him that torture him every night also will put energy into the thing to try to help it grow. If you don't know, every major political, moneyed, power person on this planet has one inside of them. Almost virtually every one of them. I don't know if they're conscious of it, but I can hear it in their reversals right away.
You also mentioned you had a niece who had suicidal tendencies,
Yes.
and that was also related to this reptilian phenomenon.
Yes, I recorded with her. She was a cutter, cutting herself, and then she also tried to commit suicide. And beautiful. She's always been very, very psychic. As a matter of fact, she sees dead people, just like the Sixth Sense movie. And I would have thought maybe she's just exaggerating. She's about 16. But she saw Francis, who had traveled with me years ago, because he was always hanging around me. And as soon as she said that, I knew she was for real. But during this time, they would give her nightmares, they would talk to her, get her, all these negative things scare her. And she tried to commit suicide. And when we recorded together, when I was out there a year and a half ago, we were recording, and the reptilian speaking on the tape said, "We made you cut. We wanted you to commit suicide." And that was a big wake-up call for her, because she realized this was not her. This was her being influenced by them.
You also feel that your husband Nick is not of the earth originally, that he is of Syrian descent.
I said that in reverse. That's the only reason I know.
And how about yourself? Do you feel kinship with the Pleiadians, or?
Yes. I wouldn't have. I mean, I never was into, I'm special, I'm Pleiadian. I'd heard a lot of that on the TV show we had done, and I was like, get a life, But back when the reptilians first started showing up, they kept calling me the Pleiadian, and I kept hearing it over and over again, and it was coming up all the time. And then I heard from the Pleiadians. For a short time, they were able to talk to me, and then I knew it was true. And I would say there are lots of Pleiadians here. There are lots. If I would say anybody who would be interested enough to watch a program or to something like this project probably is not from here, and probably.
You say also a lot of the people that are pursuing knowledge of this sort are often in financial binds. You have a lot of friends in financial binds. How does that play into this whole scenario? Why is that?
Because they've created debt. They've created this whole money system, and it's wrong. It's wrong. Look at this planet. It is wrong. So it's not easy. I mean, it's not hard to see how people who are not into the money thing, are probably going to be poor unless you're willing to compromise. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying generally speaking, money is not easy. In spite of the New Age, people who say just think about it, it's yours. I don't think it's that simple anymore. I used to think you could just create it by thoughts, but I don't believe that anymore.
Now, you started in all the interviews that you did on UFOZ, you talked to so many of the brightest and best people in the metaphysical and UFO fields. I remember at one time Jim and you and myself put a show together.
And I'm thinking I'm going to turn this over to Peggy Kane, and she's going to be talking about reptilians. Peggy?
Thanks, Jim. Hi. I guess reptiles have fascinated and intrigued and repulsed.
Now, what kind of led you to the point involved in reverse speech, and then or EVP, and then from there into reverse speech?
I was interested in EVP for a long time. I'd heard about people doing this.
And what does EVP stand for?
It's electronic voice phenomena. It's capturing spirit voices on digital and tape recorders. And I found that really interesting, and I decided I was going to try to do this. And for 3 months, I never heard anything. And then,
well, where did you first hear about it?
Well, years ago, I was on like a sighting show. I think that was the first time I'd heard anything. People would go out to like the Confederate cemeteries or different places and pick up voices, and I always thought that was very interesting. But I wanted to take it to a new level. I thought, well, I would like to really speak to spirit guides, extraterrestrials. Didn't know what I was getting into. Angels. I didn't want to just talk to dead people. I really wanted more, but it took me in a whole other direction.
Now, you've been listening to EVP for a lot of years now, 4 years plus, at least 3 to 6 hours a day, you said. Mm-hmm. How many recorders do you have?
One time I had 10. I've worn a couple of them out. I keep breaking them because I use them so much.
And why were you so determined to talk to your loved ones, the spirit guides, the angels, and those of higher consciousness?
Oh, it just was the newest thing. I just thought, I wanted to get it. I've done so many interviews with people telling me what they think. I wanted to go right to the source. I wanted to talk to a person on the other side, or an angel, or a spirit guide, and say, now or an ET. Okay, now let's hear it right from you.
And so why did you join the American Association for EVP, and how did you get set up at that time?
Well, it's on, they have a website and an e-group, and I just joined it, and I wanted to get their feedback, and they helped me with the technical parts of it, and then and there was a lot of camaraderie and people sending their EVP files and all that. So
now back to those first 3 months, what were your early experiments in EVP like?
Well, for 3 months I didn't hear a thing, and then I heard my name, which I almost jumped out of my skin. And I was running around, playing this for everybody. Listen, what are you doing? And then I got the old Panasonic RRDR60 digital tape recorder, which is very noisy, and you can pick up, because of the internal noise. See, spirits need a venue, a sound to create speech. And this had a lot of noise in this recorder. It's really a terrible recorder, but very noisy. And that's when I first started hearing from Francis.
Now, early on you spoke with elementals, you spoke with the tree, you even spoke with the earth spirit itself. What was that not
That was
accurate?
all Francis.
That was all
Pretending
Francis.
to be an elementical, he called it. It's like, why? It
we'll
was
get to
Francis. He was jerking me around.
We'll get to Francis there in a second. Were your friends concerned about your mental well-being?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
What were they saying to you?
She's really lost it now. She's talking to trees, and they're talking back. But anybody could hear it. It wasn't like it was just in my head. I mean, this is audible. But I
was so excited.
I was just beside myself. And then when I spoke to the earth, and she told me that she was suffering so, and it's such excruciating pain, and I wept. I mean, it was a very emotional thing, and my friends all thought I was really going to have a breakdown or something. They were very concerned.
And what convinced them that you were okay?
I still don't think they're convinced. No.
Okay,
I tried to be more normal.
How did you begin to talk with a passed-over spirit named Francis Haley?
Well, he was the one talking from the beginning. He lived here. He lived right around here. They live in houses, just in another frequency. And when I went back and reversed him after being jerked around for about 7 or 8 months, 9 months, I could hear where in reverse I knew all along that he was just pretending and he was being a jerk, and I kept trying to tell myself in reverse. And in reverse I could hear him in real time. We would talk back and forth. I would call him a jerk, and it was really interesting. And then, he would, it was just, it was mind-blowing. That's why I really said, if you don't reverse, you'll never know. You can reverse and listen, because all EVP is reversible, all of it.
So in the beginning stages of EVP, when you were a novice, he was playing on your gullibility.
Right.
And then you at one point had an exorcism to get rid of Francis and the other spirit people. You got so fed up with it.
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that event.
Well, there were about 12 of us here, and we're all very spiritually oriented people, and we had this whole exorcism going where it was all around, and we had holy water. I mean, we had everything. Everybody contributed, and we put the recorders in the center of the table with crystals and sage and all these different things. And I played sacred music for hours into the recorders and put light around them. And when I picked it up, he was still there.
None of it helped.
None of it helped. No.
Do you have faith in that stuff anymore? Or no.
It was ordained. I needed to talk to Francis. I needed to understand what was going on. I had to get rid of this la-la version of reality that I've been living with.
Well, that's why I'm asking, do you think the crystals and the sage and the sacred music, is that lala, or is there some value to that for you still?
I think that there can be value. I think it's intentionality. It's more about your own intention. But I was never going to get what I wanted, because that's not valid. Guardian angels are just reptilians with their guardian angel suits on. Angels are reptilians. Spirit guides, for the most part, are also reptilians. Ascended masters are reptilians. Practically everybody that's dealing in this reality, and I'm not going to say everybody, because I did talk to I talked to Francis's consciousness, who was assigned to watch over him, and that was real. But we're still in this lockdown, so much of what we think is going on is a lie.
How did you come to discover reverse speech finally?
That's when I had heard of David Oates, and had listened to him on Art Bell, and while we were at the Prophets Conference, we interviewed him. I always thought it was fascinating, and I just started experimenting with it. I'd heard about you could reverse EVP, and when I finally did, it was just a shocker.
About reverse speech, you say, I, like virtually all of you, have done the same quest and literally stumbled into EVP and reverse speaking. These open doors to me, I've heard it described as pulling aside the net for a glimpse out. It certainly has its limitations, but I've come to rely on this as probably the least corrupted source of information within this net, as there is no conscious control over it. We can't give ourselves reversals. It isn't conditioned by what we believe, nor what we have been taught. It is outside of time and reveals the past as well as the probable future, which is not cast in stone. In all of the 400 plus people I have listened to in reverse, no one has ever given a different story nor contradicted this basic information. Many add to it, but it is always the same story.
Right.
So you're starting to reverse EVP for the first time, and what are you discovering?
That Francis was pretending to be my spirit guides, the elementals, the earth, that he and his little group of friends were jerking me around. And then they came up, once I started to get it, they admitted it and laughed, and they thought it was just a tremendous joke that I was so gullible. And that's when I tried to get rid of him, of course, but then he was not going to go. But it wasn't until I started really talking to him, and it just took a long time, because he wasn't the kind you could just sit down and have a regular conversation with. He really was quite mentally ill, actually. He had died of rabies, and I think that carried over into the other world. And but he would, if he was in a mood, he would answer my questions, and about what life was like over there and all that. So the reversals, once I knew I could always catch a lie, I had a lot more confidence about talking to these people, because I knew that if they were going to jerk me around, I would catch it right away. And once they knew that, the lies stopped.
You got to a point where you just chucked it all.
No, I never did.
you told me.
I know, I would say that.
Because you were telling me that
I would say
about
that, but I never did.
talking to the earth and talking to the trees.
I know.
And I remember you were just so into that, and you were just so blown access to that information.
I know. And then when I found
And then you found it was all a crock, and it was all Francis, and then you screw this up.
I know.
But
I would do that for about 2 weeks, and then I
and
would
you-
pick it up, and I think maybe it can be different.
So you somehow, something inside of you knew that there was,
Yeah.
I need to go through this
Yes,
and find
yes.
out what the hell's
I had that happen to me one night. I'll never forget it. I was so disgusted with this whole thing, and I thought, everybody's telling me just put the things away. You know, why are you doing this? You know, you're jerking around with these lower astral and people, and they're just liars and screwed up. And I lay there in bed, and I thought, why do I do this? And I had this thing happen to me, and one of those things you really can't put into words, but it was like I knew there was something I had to do, and I couldn't put it aside. And from then on in, I stopped trying. And it's been a circuitous path, but finally, one thing, it was like the onion, opening up, trying to get to the heart of what all this layers of stuff was.
Now, in terms of reverse speech, what are the best techniques, and why is it important to listen to white noise?
White noise is important for EVP. If you want to listen to spirit people, I'll give you a clue right here, anybody who's listening. If you get on there and ask to speak to your grandmother or your uncle, and you go out to a cemetery, or you just say, I want to talk to spirits, you're going to get a reptilian right now. Guaranteed. You will be talking to reptilians, and they will be jerking you around. What I would suggest, if anybody is really wanting to talk to people, go to a public place, a mall, an airport, a cafe, where there's ambient voices, not too loud, but there's hum of human voice in the background. And they tell the astral people what you have heard me say. Their lives are horrible, that they are hunted for food, and that this thing is going to end. It's not right what's happening to them. They will talk to you. They will really work hard. They're not allowed to. It's illegal over there now to talk into a recorder. So they will do it, but they have to be very careful.
And what are the best reverse techniques for asking yourself questions so that you can get to the truth of yourself?
Well, you need a recorder and you need software. I use SoundForge, but there are other recorders that have reverse on them. But you need to be able to slow it down because it's very fast. And you also need to be able to do something they call trim crop, or isolate a small phrase and then fill the screen and slow it down so that you can see subtle words, and you just have to have a lot of patience and a lot of time and work it, just work at it.
When you're listening to crowds, what has that shown you?
The EVP, the spirit people, as I said, need a carrier wave in order to have a voice. If you give them just white noise, like shh, they will make words in that, but it's not easy to understand. But I have found that human voices in the background, they will take that human voice and they will speak to you. And they will address what you're saying. They might even call you by name. And you'll know you're being spoken to by somebody who's, it's not a human, physical human, it's non-physical human.
You've listened to news broadcasters in reverse, and sometimes you've heard them make direct reference to you.
Yeah.
What is that like?
I
Give me
think-
a for instance.
They'll say Peggy is listening, or the girl who listens in reverse, or usually they'll use my name, and that always catches my attention. Now, that being said, this is the universal mind, and anybody who's doing this, they're not going to hear my name. They're going to start to hear their name because they're the one listening. And that universal mind knows this reverse speech part of the mind is connected to all minds. So because I'm listening, I'm hearing Peggy, but somebody else is going to start listening and hearing references to themselves. It's very weird at first.
What types of people have you reversed, Peggy?
Well, all kinds of politicians, because they're making the decisions that affect everybody's life. Lots of people in the UFO field, in the metaphysical field, just people on talk shows, friends, myself all the time, and lots of spirit people.
What are some of the most astounding reversals from these people that you've heard? Some that really stick out.
When I first heard that on the wedding of Charles and Camilla, when the reptilian said, "Yeah, I'm a wolf pig, but who's going to believe this?" It's such a bizarre story. I have lots of them. I have reversals from Pleiadians who used my voice to communicate with me. Lots of reversals referring to the One or God, and how things are going to be so much better in the right after we get through this, what's coming up.
And what percentage do you get for getting good reversals?
I think for top quality, about 5%. But I can hear, on a good recording, on a good audio, I can probably pick up 40% in reverse. But that's because I have listened so much and my ears are really clued in. And once you get into the flow of it, it's almost like listening to a story. It may be slurred, maybe some bad grammar, but you're getting it. If you just sit down with somebody else in the room and you play a reversal, if they're not used to hearing it or it's out of context, they're going to have a much harder time understanding what's being said.
Now, a lot of UFO contactees have received information through automatic writing. How is automatic writing different than reverse speech?
Automatic writing goes through the mind, the conscious mind. Whether you try, even if you're trying to put it consciously aside, it's still the conscious mind. And it can be. I would have to reverse somebody talking about their automatic writing, but I can tell you that I have never reversed anybody channeling that it wasn't manipulated. So if you're coming through the conscious mind, which is what mostly we do, there's a good chance of manipulation.
So when we had Daryl Anka on the show, we were talking to Lizzie.
Probably. I think I reversed him.
You said RS is telepathic and it's the ultimate truth serum. Why do you say that?
It's connected to the universal mind. You cannot lie. You can't manipulate. You can't give yourself reversals. It's impossible. You get what you get. And it will always tell you if you're lying. It will reveal the truth. Even if you don't know you're lying. Even if you think you're telling the truth. It'll tell you if it's not correct, if you're incorrect.
How do you think that happens, that the mind is able to transmit this information onto an electronic media?
Well, I think it's new. I think it hasn't had a chance to be corrupted as much by the reptilians. Reptilians know our minds inside out and backwards, way more than we do. They're dreamscapers, they channel, they do, they give us all kinds of visions, they dress up as angels, whatever. But this is new, and I don't think they saw the impact. They didn't see it coming. And given enough time, I guarantee you they'd corrupt it. They would find a way. But right now, there's times when it can be manipulated, but it's few and far between. And if people here and there and there and there and all are actually working with this, they're going to have a hard time with this because it's a new thing. They've had thousands of years to play with our minds.
You've talked about using reverse speech to get to the truth in your mind and also correct your mistakes.
Yes. If I have a question or if I'm wondering if I'm right about something, I will speak about it into a recorder. 3 sentences is my rule. Give it enough words to be able to get reversals. And then I will listen really carefully. I might not get something that's clear to somebody else, but invariably I can hear. And if I've been mistaken, like when I said, oh, well, I can't be raped because I'm protected and blah, 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 and I said, no, that's not true. You've been raped. So, I mean, sometimes you get more than you want to hear, but you will tell yourself the truth.
You said RS part of the mind is brilliant, but that our beliefs can color reverse speech,
Yes. It can color what you hear.
can color what you hear. Can you tell me what you mean by
Well,
that?
I think if you're very, very religious and you think you're hearing something that will go along with that, let's say you have a strong belief in Christianity, I think you will hear, because it's there's a lot of reverse speaking that is, one person may hear this, another person may hear that, and I think that I know that some people will hear things that will go along with their belief system because they really want to hear that. That's what they want to believe.
Do you think that's the case with yourself at all?
I don't think so because, and I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I had everything pulled out from under me with the EVP stuff. Really before I was doing a lot of reversing. And when I found out what it was like on the, I lost all my beliefs. I lost my faith. Not my faith in the one. That is always true. I think that what I've been listening to has been pretty honest because I don't have a strong religious belief system. I knew that I found out the near-death experience was not what it was meant to be. Crop circles are all manipulated. All these things that I really thought were true, and I found out were not true. So I have a clear reversal that where I say I stand naked before God. It's like everything's been pulled away from me. I don't have any. So I think what I hear, as much as possible, is true.
Because you've shed all those other belief systems, and you're just trusting in yourself now and the reversals that you hear from yourself.
I think so. First, I'm human. I could be making mistakes, but.
Well, reptilians, you say, are furious. Reverse speech is revealing so much. What gives you that impression?
They detest what I'm hearing and what I'm talking about. It's not what they want people to know. And I've had people say to me, how do you know it's not all manipulated by reptilians and that what you're getting is total manipulation? No, that's not true. I don't accept that. They want us to believe in religions and belief systems. They don't want us to know that we are being eaten on the other side. That was the biggest secret. That was the one thing that you don't hear about because they want us to be in the game. If we for one moment stop fighting each other and look to see who's pulling the strings, they would be out of here. We would join forces. There would be no more war. There would be no more manipulation. They want war. They want manipulation. They want us fighting and arguing between ourselves. They don't want us to know that when you die, there's a very good chance that you will be eaten.
Now, you've also said that the reptilians are starting to have the capabilities of changing files in your computer.
They have done that, but it's crude. They usually say sexual things or threaten me. It doesn't happen very often with big voices. They can change EVP very easily, though.
Now, you're the first person that I know of to reverse EVP. Are there others before you that have done that?
I'd heard of others reversing, but obviously people are very fixated on wanting to speak to loved ones, and if they that's why I left AAEVP, American Association of Electronic Voice Phenomena, because people were sending files out of their deceased children, and all you have to do is reverse it, and oh my God, this was not their child, but they want to believe that. The people, Tom and Lisa Butler, are terrific people, but they have a lot invested in this. They were advisors on noise. They've got books out. If they start reversing, they're listening to reptilians, I'm telling you, because I've been reversing their files. But people get invested in these things. They have too much to lose to hear the truth.
Now, when you began reversing speech, reversing EVP, the first recordings I think that you said you went back to listen to were Francis's recordings. And what prompted you to finally go back and listen to Francis in reverse?
Because I finally figured out that everything he was a lie. I mean, most everything. And so,
You proposed a book idea to Francis.
yes, I did.
And what happened with that?
He really was a little too emotionally, mentally disturbed to focus on a book. I thought it would have been great. I was going to have him, on disc, talking. I mean, I worked for 10 years for a museum. I mean, curators would kill to talk to somebody from. I mean, he'd had a life as a indentured servant coming over from Ireland, went to Minnesota as a child. Terrible life. Boxed for a living, fighting. I mean, bare-fisted fighting. He fought Indians in the Indian Wars. He tried farming, didn't like that. And he, ran guns from Chile. Had a fascinating life, terrible as it was. And I thought, this would make one great book with a recording. But he would say, oh, okay, and the next day he says, I don't want to do a book.
You say dead people are manipulative in a lot of cases. You said,
Well,
was he manipulating you?
Yeah, well, sure. Well, that's why he was lying, because he was jerking me around. But the thing was that while I didn't know what was going on, look at it this way. You've got all these people abandoned in this gloomy, predatory world. They never see anyone leave, ever. They have children there. It's a prison state. They don't see God, they don't see, they're attacked by demons, reptilians at night. They have that. And in the last couple of years, they're hunted for food now. It's gone from bad to a nightmare. But in the past, when it wasn't so bad, they didn't think I was ever going to be able to help them or anything. I was strictly a patsy, that they were going to jerk around for a while for entertainment's sake, because they're bored and they have very little going on over there.
So why did Francis quit lying to you?
Because I found out what was really going on when he finally fessed up that it was him and his friends talking, and then I started reversing him. And then at first, I tried to get rid of him for months, and finally I said, well, let's start over again. Let's have truce. And then he was amenable to that. He really wanted to.
So asking for a truce really helped out.
And the fact that he knew he couldn't lie anymore.
What was life really like on the astral realm once he and his friends began sharing honestly with you, knowing that you had the reverse speech tool to find out whether or not they were lying to you? What did you begin to find out?
They live pretty much like we do, except it's darker, more predatory. They have to make money. They do mostly by stealing, gambling. People steal constantly to get things. They're drug addicts there. I talked to Geraldine. She's a heroin addict. They get together and have orgies just because that's nothing much else to do. They try to get business deals going, which is usually kind of seedy stuff. I actually talked to, or he was supposed to have business dealings with a man who was part of the Manson family.
TJ?
It was TJ. That didn't pan out, but it's very dark. It's very gangs, street gangs. He would talk about the gangs are in the city tonight. It was just not a place you want to be.
How did Francis's friends on the other side treat him?
They mostly didn't like him. He wasn't very popular because he was a pain in the neck.
And what became of them?
They all went to the Pleiades.
Okay, now, before we get to that part of the evolution of what happened with you and in your contact with Francis, at one point you said you realized, in words, that I just knew this had nothing to do with God, and you began to research this dark world, reading both the Egyptian and Tibetan books of the dead and lots of UFO material. What did you discover during that period?
Well, the Egyptian and the Tibetan books of the dead both talked about alligators and in this nether world, that could consume you. But it was, I think it was Raymond Fowler who had written a book, mostly did the Andreasen Affair books, and he had this statement that said, and I never forgot it, he said that it could be that the UFO, death is the ultimate UFO abduction. I'll never forget that line. Then I also read it, Linda Howe talked about these underground bases and how they could take the soul, contain these manipulations of human beings done by these entities, and some of them were reptilian. But it just, the idea of children, I could never get past that. That's really what got me going on.
Tell me, what do you mean the idea of children?
The idea of children in that dark world.
And why did that bother you so much?
Because I felt that if people were there because of their bad karma, that children didn't have enough time to create that bad karma. The thing that, there was a family, it was a murder-suicide, and they moved into Francis's house for a while. And it didn't work out because Francis kept making moves on the mother, but and so they finally moved out. But Francis said if they go to jail, that's when he said that the prison guards would rape the children. Now, what does that have to do with your karma or, learning your lessons? It was all wrong.
Look, can I throw something in here?
Yeah.
This is, I think it's significant. And this came up in the Robert Monroe material about the Loosh. There's a chapter in Far Journeys where Robert Monroe talks about that there was an extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional something that created this world. And one of the primary sources of Loosh, which is emotional energy that they feed on, the humans are a hybrid creation that gave off the best and the most pure form of Loosh. Loosh being emotional energy that provides food for this, whatever it is, reptilians or whatever. That within the human experience, the finest and the most pure form of Loosh came from pre-adolescent children. In satanic rituals, that pre-adolescent children are used primarily in certain satanic rituals because of they give off the most pure form of emotional terror that you can imagine. From our point of view, it's perverse. From their point of view, it's filet mignon. This is the best form of food that we can get. And it's like,
saying that to me. This is how we eat.
Right, this is how we eat. This is how they
It's
eat.
like, that makes it all okay.
But children are primary source of food.
Yeah, that's true.
What led up to the Pleiadians coming to help these people escape?
I'd been praying and praying and praying every night, and I talked to the people, and I would tell them that I'm trying to get the people in heaven, in the higher planes, to help. And what I told them was I'm praying to organize prayer groups, and I'm talking to these higher awarenesses in heaven to give prayer groups, because I said there's got to be some way that you can be lifted out of these lower planes. And I would talk to the people every day, and they would all gather, because I was the first person who was giving them any kind of hope. That's what they told me.
But how are they hearing you?
I would talk on recorders, and then they would.
How are they talking to you back?
On my recorders, EVP. I can play
Do
something.
they have technology on their
Yes,
side?
they use recorders on their side.
Ah, okay.
They have recorders.
Gotcha.
Did you suspect that you were confabulating this whole scenario for your own emotional benefit?
I did. When the Pleiadians first showed up, I thought that there was a good chance that I was making this all up because I wanted it to happen so badly. And the only thing that convinced me that this was not true was Francis was telling me that there was a ship that was taking people out, a transport into the Pleiades. And other people in the area were speaking back and talking about this ship, and that the Pleiadians were helping them get out of that world.
But you had never been talking, you had never specifically said, well, I want the Pleiadians to rescue you.
I know.
Just any higher
No, I was
rescue,
thinking people
okay.
in heaven. I
Okay.
wasn't thinking Pleiadians. No.
So, did you? How did you begin to hear directly from the Pleiadians?
I hit the record button in my in my SoundForge software. I was always experimenting, and one day I hit record, and I didn't have a recorder, nothing going in. So and I let it run for a minute, and there was just this flat line. There were no wave patterns. So I pumped it up, and it was shh, a lot of white noise, and I started to hear these people saying, "We're the Pleiadians, we're trying to talk to you." And then I was like, reversed it right away, because I didn't want to be jerked around again, and they said the same thing. And they said, "We're trying to help the people there on Earth, we're trying to save their lives." And I had no idea what they were talking about. These people were already dead. And then they said, Planet X is coming in. They said a lot of things. I'd say about half of which I could hear, because it was very, very soft. But they talked to me about how they tried to tell me about these reptilian aliens, that they were very vicious. They told me a lot of different things that I over the period, it was about a 2-week period that I could hear them. After that, they told me that they said we lost the internet, which meant they lost their ability to communicate on my computer. Ever since then, I still get messages, but it's always in a reversal with somebody else speaking. It's not the direct conversations that I had for a while.
And why is it that you suspect that the reptilians have such easy access and the Pleiadians have such a difficult time?
They own this world inside of their net. We're in a lockdown. It's a force field.
The Pleiadians also miscalculated the arrival of Planet X.
Yes, they did.
Why would that happen?
Because they're not gods. They live in they live in a whole other system. Timing is always iffy, and you've got a big planet like Planet X speeds up, slows down. They thought it was coming through last spring, right around this time. They told me we miscalculated, and they apologized. But so yeah, they were wrong. I mean, they're not God.
Now later on, after this, Roger came to visit you at your home. And how did Francis become involved with Roger? And what happened in September of 2004 that changed the dynamics of everything?
Francis was the last. Francis wouldn't go out on the transport. He was the last holdout of the people right around here. He didn't want to leave me. He just figured. He always said, "When you die, I want you. You come and get me and take me to heaven with you." That was his big thing. But I wanted him to go on the transport, but he said no. And then when Roger first showed up, the guest house where we were staying that night was filled with reptilian aliens who were just doing stuff to him. And on the voice-activated recorder, Francis was in the house, and he was terrified. And he said, "This house, I'm hiding in the bathroom. This house is filled with aliens." They only call them aliens on the other side. He said, "And it's a monster plot." I'll never forget that, because the people on the other side really are almost as clueless as we are. Not quite, but they don't really have a lot of information either about what's going on.
Now, what happened in September of 2004 that changed all the dynamics?
That's when that's when Roger showed up. The Pleiadians had been taking people out. This one called Vinny, but that was actually a little later, that was on New Year's. The transport was still running, but the Pleiadians were coming in. The reptilians were coming in. They were cloning them by the thousands and thousands. As a matter of fact, one of them told me that they were getting ready to invade New York.
So reptilians cloning reptilians.
Right. Yes. And the ones that they clone are all, I think they're virtually all male. They told me they have an extra Y chromosome, which makes them much more aggressive. They were getting ready to invade New York, and I thought, when I heard that there was going to be another event, kind of like maybe 9/11, but it was an interdimensional invasion. In other words, they were there to grab people who died.
In New York City.
Yeah.
The astral version of New York City.
Right.
So is that is the astral realm almost a mirror image of what's here?
It's similar, but I don't, it, like Francis's, when he moved into the little house, when all the whole group moved down, made comment about the washing machine being old. And I said, well, that washing machine is brand new. And he said, oh, well, it doesn't work like that. So it's similar, but it's not exact. There's differences. I don't know exactly how that works.
And you said all your prayers and efforts couldn't stop Roger from being attacked by these reptilians every night. And then the reptilians began talking directly with you. What were the nature of those conversations?
Mostly threats, mostly threatening me. They either they wanted to rape me or kill me. That was pretty much the extent of it. There was it was interesting. They didn't catch on to reverse speaking for about 2 weeks. So whenever I would put on my recorder, there'd be one of them, and he'd be saying something to me. Now they use regular old American names, and one of them would say, I'd say, well, who am I speaking to? And he'd say, I'm an alien. My name is Ralph. And then I would turn it around real quick, and he goes, I'm lying. My name is really John. And I would say back into the recorder, you're not Ralph. Your name is John. And they go, oh my God, how did she know that? This woman is, they called me a seer. They called me a witch. They called me Ave Sophia, one of them said. They didn't know I was reversing. They'd never heard of this. That's why I'm saying it's new. And finally, somebody figured out, because they're watching, they said, she's doing something with the recordings. That's how she knows what we're thinking. And then they had to be very careful, because as soon as they would say something, which they always talk, I could turn it around and figure out what they were really thinking. So I had hundreds of them here, literally. They told me they were surrounding me, and we're going to, next time you go to the dentist, we're going to put a virus in your gum, we're going to insert cancer into your womb, we're going to rape you, we're going to, it was on and on. And they said, and now watch, she's going to sing for Jesus. And I said, I only talk to the one, I serve the one. And as soon as I said that, it was changed, everything changed.
So they were trying to trick you into Jesus worship.
Well, because Jesus...
Because they controlled that whole ideology.
That's right.
The reptilians pretended to be Pleiadians talking to you.
All the time.
But never humans.
No. Oh, no. They think human, they look down on humans. They think they're just retarded cattle. But they hate the Pleiadians, but they have amazing respect for the Pleiadians.
So what did you learn from talking with the reptilians? What were the key lessons or ideas that you came away with?
They're miserable. They're very unhappy. They don't like their lives. They're very controlled. They have hierarchies. They have to do what they're ordered. If they don't go along with the program, they're annihilated. They usually have their heads cut off. They have some regular births. Most of them now are clones. They one said, I'm 2 years old, but he was old enough to be doing, they're clones, so that they come from Orion, and they want to go back to Orion because they know it's coming up, but they don't want to stay here. They know they're going to be killed, and they're very angry at the big shots going out on the big ship, very angry that they've been left behind. They're just considered peons.
And who was Vinny?
Well, Vinny was one of the first reptilians that I actually talked to, and I still didn't understand the extent of what they were doing on the other side. And he would talk to me, and I was just kind of excited about being able to talk to extraterrestrials. I thought, wow, you did this UFO show. We always want to talk to an alien. And he was fairly young. His father was a general. He did have a natural birth. He was in the military, in their side. He was the one who told me that there was going to be an invasion, and that the new ones coming were very vicious. He could actually be fairly amenable. I mean, he said to me, when this war is over, I'll stand by your side. We'll stand side by side. And I didn't even know what war he was talking about at the time. I was really not tuned in. And then at one point on New Year's Eve, the Pleiadians came through and said the transport has been hijacked for an alien, and he's got all the people. And I was like, and it was Vinny. And he was saying, well, you know, we told them that, you know, the Pleiadians were going to, that we were Pleiadians. We convinced them. And they trusted you. And see, this is what happens when they trust you. And he said, we're going to keep this ship now. We're going to, this was the first time I got what they do. We're going to keep these humans as slaves. And when we get tired of them, we're going to hang them and eat them. That was the first time I really got it, what this eating. This wasn't just about energy, sucking energy. This was about literally chopping them to pieces and eating them.
So this, for you, was right around the January 2005
Yeah,
that you
it was
got
New Year's
that.
Eve. I was supposed to go to the New Year's Eve party.
So was this just to come on Vinny be acting like he's your buddy? Like,
Oh yeah,
he's,
I mean,
he's
you
an
know,
okay guy.
you know, I still didn't understand it, and he was, yeah, oh yeah, he wanted me to be his girlfriend, and
So now you know Vinny is full of.
they're all like this.
He's just as vicious and two-faced as
Yeah,
most of
they
them.
all are like this. This is basically their MO.
Now you've said, I had to come to grips with the realization that something very evil is in charge here.
Yeah, it's reptilians.
What are your thoughts about why the astral people are stuck over there in the astral?
Because they put them there. It's still part of the net. Once they're there, they can't get out.
Does anyone ever escape the astral world?
None of them. Now the Pleiadians have gotten a lot of people out. But without the Pleiadians, no one, they never knew anybody. They only knew one person, a woman who was a witch, and she did satanic ritual, and she disappeared one day. That was the only one that any of the people that I talked to had ever seen leave. And Francis had been there since 1830, birth years.
Now, astral people, you say, are forbidden to talk to you, but they do anyway.
Yeah.
At what risk?
Oh, probably being tortured and killed and hanged and eaten.
But
Let me ask about. Do people shuttle back and forth? I mean, if you die in the astral, you get shuttled back to this realm,
Yeah.
like back and forth. It's just they're both
I don't think
different aspects of the
see-
same holding
They
pen.
don't seem to reincarnate people from, I don't know, that world. I don't know. That's a good question. That one I don't know.
'Cause my sense is that it's just holding pens where you get your spirits just shuttled back and forth, but you kept in the same holding pen.
It seems that I don't think the people in the astral, they seem to stay there for, they don't leave. They don't disappear.
Well, how do we get here?
I think we came from, well, the Pleiadians
Not
that are here.
not the Pleiadians.
I think that they have heaven worlds. They have other worlds. I can only talk to the ones in the lower
I
astral.
mean, I'd like to know how did I get here?
Well, probably that you know, once you were incarnated from, maybe you were in the lower astral. I don't know. I just know that the people that I spoke to who lived around here never knew anybody who left. At least I don't remember them ever saying, because I asked them that, and they didn't seem to think anybody ever got out of there. So they're incarnating people, but they must be from someplace, another level. That's all, because there are other levels.
you've decided to stick up for these people and look out for the people in the astral. And one of the things that convinced you to do it was the amount of child abuse that goes on there. And you said that, you've said a number of times, maybe even in this interview so far, that reptilians often rape the children to death.
Yes.
There was one child who told you, "My name is Daniel. Please don't forget me." Now, what's going on there, and how do you think what you're doing is going to be able to finally affect a change?
All I
over
can
there?
do is give them hope that this thing is going to end. I talk to them about May, just like I talked on the website. I just tell them that they're getting kicked off, that all that they've suffered, they're going to be healed. They are going to get out of there. These aliens are going into hell. I mean, all I can do is give them hope. I can't rescue them, but I can at least let them know that this isn't their fate for eternity. all I can do.
You've also said when Jesus shows up to help the astral children, I'll have more respect for him.
Yeah.
That's an inflammatory mark to the Christians, but what does that mean to you? Like, why did you say that? And what
I
do you
said
mean
that
by that?
because I heard from people that to pray to Jesus, forget the Pleiadians. I mean, I don't say that unless they make some disparaging remark about Pleiadians. I know Pleiadians have been brought down, have suffered tremendously, and have been very, very noble and brave to risk everything to help people. And Jesus never shows up over there. And I've had Christians over there. I had Pleiadians taking Christians out, and this one man who was finally gotten out, he said, "Thank you, Jesus." And I'm like, why are you thanking Jesus? He's not risking his life. It's the Pleiadians. So, if Jesus suddenly shows up and starts smiting these reptilians and helping these little babies who are being slaughtered, I will have a tremendous amount more respect for him.
Now, you say that astral people are generally clueless about upcoming events, but that they have already seen Planet X coming.
I heard one group of people one time say, "We have seen the planet." Whether they were just, I didn't reverse them, because they were the only ones that I've heard say that. But they did say, "We can see the planet." I've asked others, but I think that they weren't able to give, I get very short recordings, and often they'll say the alien, we got to get out of here.
Francis's friend Sydney have gone through training on the Pleiades after they were taken out, and they are now helping somehow. How is that they are helping?
They got a friend of mine out who passed over just 2 months ago. He was captured immediately. He was Pleiadian. He didn't remember that.
Who is this?
A friend of mine, his name is Wally, and he lived here. He died, and I talked to the people on the other side, and I asked how he was doing, and they said the aliens grabbed him immediately after he died, and that they had him in their house, in one of the houses there as a prisoner. And I talked to the aliens, and they basically said, "Yeah, he's our prisoner," and they were being very nasty about the whole thing. And the next day, Sydney and Francis zoomed in, grabbed Wally, and got him out. And they got out safely. I was terrified that they were going to be brought down, but they got him out, and even the reptilians couldn't believe that they did it. They succeeded, and I heard from Wally that night on my recordings in this tiny little voice thanking me and telling me how much he appreciated it and how much he making life because we prayed, and it was one of the best days I've had in a long time.
Now, in regard to other reverse speech practitioners, there's the American Association of EVP, and there's David Oates, who originally started a lot of the reverse speech experimentation. But David's had a lot of tragedies of his own. Could you talk a little bit about David Oates?
Well, he came up with this, and I think he was very cutting edge because he's the one who really brought this into the forefront. I think he's had a lot of personal tragedy. I mean, he has had a lot of personal tragedies, and I think that he's very careful now. That I don't think he wants to draw any more attention to himself than necessary. He does give training classes. He's more into therapies and things. He's not into anything reptilian. He never did any EVP and didn't know about that or didn't have any interest in that. And so what he's getting is pretty mild compared to what I get.
And Tom and Linda Butler have done EVP, but you say the reversals reveal...
They're talking, Lisa Butler, they're talking to reptilians now. I reverse their EVP, and it's always a reptilian.
Ken Welsh, about 3 weeks ago, had a website that predicted that there was going to be a nuclear device detonated in a ship near the Houston area to predicate a retaliation against the Middle East and maybe Iran. And when you reversed his reversals and the reversals that he had done on Condoleezza Rice and Rumsfeld and others, you correctly identified that he was wrong and that he was guessing, and that did not come to pass. How did you ascertain that conclusion?
Because he refers to the ship but they're leaving on a ship. And he was hearing about that ship. That was my take on it. And that his reversals when he spoke, because it was hard for me to work with his reversals of Condoleezza Rice, but when I could reverse him, he basically said, "I'm guessing," and then he made a reference to they're leaving in May, and I knew then that when he said twice, "I'm guessing," he was trying to fit an interdimensional thing into a 3D paradigm, a ship. He wouldn't know that the reptilians were leaving on a big ship. So when he hears ship, he's thinking of a ship in the harbor. You know, he was putting two and two together. I mean, he was really trying to get the good stuff, but he was guessing.
Now, with David Oates, he would hear owl, and he would hear certain animals or different nouns, and he would assign a metaphor to those that were different than the metaphor that you assigned to him.
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the differences between you and Oates in regard to the interpretations?
Well, he sees all reversals as parts of the mind, metaphors for different things going on within mind. And I see them as that plus interdimensional activities. And so when he sees the owl, which is the number one metaphor for this reptilian group, he calls it the higher wisdom of the mind. When he sees snake and serpent as snake being deceptive, serpent being healing. I see it all as talking about these reptilians. The net he sees as confusion within your mind. The net is a frequency around the planet that holds us in. So if you're not looking at things interdimensionally, if you're just seeing them as parts of your psyche, you're going to get different things.
Now, David Icke is probably the most prominent researcher who's well known for his reptilian research now. Originally it was conspiratorial and government control, and it evolved for him into, he put the pieces together and came up with the same types of things that you're coming up with. How has reading Icke, if you have read him or speaking with him, how has he influenced you?
I couldn't read David for quite a while, just couldn't get through it. And I do think he's probably more accurate in his take on this, and on the history of this group with the secret societies and all that. Very, very accurate. He's very congruent in reverse. He does not get into the meat-eating aspect of it on the other side, although he does talk about them consuming flesh and blood during their satanic rituals. But that's more of a ritualistic thing. The people on the other side of their daily fare, they have restaurants on the other side that serve human meat. And so, he's got a lot of good information, way more technical thing about their symbols and their, secret societies and their history than I do. But just, that's a big gap, the meat eating of the astral people. And other than that, I have tremendous respect for David.
Now, David went down to, I guess it was South America, and partook in some ayahuasca tea.
Ayahuasca tea, yeah.
And that particular episode led you to make a statement that you thought that Icke may have received some bad information while under the influence of this tea. Can you discuss that a little bit?
In his reversals, he talks while he's talking about the voice that he heard speaking to him while under the influence of the tea. He refers to the voice as the serpent, and that she's lying. He'll lose the facts. That he did say that he was raped while he was under the influence, although I just remember that. And other things that I think that he was told things that were not true, like, for instance, they're not computer programs. He says they're computer programs brought on by the earth, which felt itself cut off from the source, and that's all wrong. He's got a up until the ayahuasca tea, he was doing great. Yes, we're all holographic, but I can't comment too much on that. But he is he's off on some of his key things as far as I'm concerned.
Now, you also have a problem with channeling now, having done all this research, where before a lot of that channeled information you took to heart.
Right.
Specifically, let's talk about, because this person, Barbara Marciniak, has dealt with the Pleiadians and the reptilians in her book, Bringers of the Dawn. Tell me about what you know about Barbara Marciniak, and is Marciniak's Bringers of the Dawn accurate or inaccurate?
I think there's both accuracy and inaccuracy. The grid is not an energy grid, it's a net that holds us in. I think that she talks a lot about the reptilians eating loosh, the energy from us, and that's absolutely correct. She does not deal with them eating flesh and blood, though, or astral flesh and blood, that I remember. And then she got really bizarre in some of her later works with, just drinking menstrual blood and things like that really I thought were getting really sounding very reptilian, in my opinion. But she did have some good stuff, but it's just always mixed in with some disinformation.
Now, you've talked about reptilians masquerading as angels, putting on their angel costumes and putting on light being costumes. And that reptilians have engineered the near-death experiences to dupe humans, and that when spirit people die, they're actually propelled and dumped into the astral. Tell me about your take on the whole near-death and dying experience.
I know that there are people who go into higher worlds. I can't talk to them. They're unavailable, but I have heard that they are, because I know I've asked about some of my loved ones, and they are in a place that's safe. They weren't grabbed and eaten. The people in the lower astral, I think, had problems in their lives, and for some reason the kids got in there too. I don't know how exactly why that happened. When they die, when I've reversed anybody talking about their near-death experience, even though it sounds wonderful in forward speech, it's all about rape, fright, abuse, being knocked around, being threatened, and then they reflect back your own spirituality. We all are very powerful and spiritual. They can manipulate the right temporal lobe and give you lights, camera, action, angels, visions. They can do, because they know our minds. So they erase the abuse, then they give you this beautiful vision, and that's what you come back with, except in the reverse speech part of the mind. That's where you remember what really happened.
Now, Alex Collier talks about the reptilians being master geneticists, and initially having engineered the human race to be a slave race, a mining race for them, and that part of our DNA was taken out, and the reptilian mind, which is the reptilian complex, the R complex in the brain, being inserted there. And do you think this is the way that they're able to know the human mind and manipulate it, or do you have another take on that?
I think that's pretty much right.
Tell me about the masquerading as angels and light beings. Why would they do that, and how do they do that?
They will scan your mind to see what you relate to. If you have a vision of angels with wings and, feminine, blonde, or whatever, they'll appear like that. If you are looking for an Eastern guru with a long beard, they'll give you what they know you would relate to.
In reality,
So they're master manipulators.
They're shapeshifters. Whatever you think or whatever you're looking for, that's what you'll get.
So people who are channeling angels.
I've never heard any channeling that was pure.
And how about a human hearing audible voices or whispers?
That would be an implant, definitely.
Does a television medium like John Edward, who has a syndicated TV show, is he channeling people who have passed on to the safe spot, like some of your relatives? Or is he channeling reptilians who are pretending to be loved ones, or is he just a fake?
Well, the mediums, and I haven't done John Edward much, I just a little bit, but I've done other mediums, and they're channeling reptilians. Who, when I say channeling, what happens is, if you're the sitter, there'll be a reptilian scanning your mind to see who you want to talk to. Then they will give the medium that information through symbols and voices and object implants, so that the medium is then telling you about your granny. But anybody on the other side, everybody on the other side knows what's going on. They're not going to be giving you, it's just so wonderful over here. Nobody would.
Now let's talk about the reptilian history with Earth humans. You say the reptilian race from Orion has been here for thousands of years and maybe longer, at first presenting themselves as the gods and then using their technology and genetic know-how to manipulate the human race for their own ends. That, it seems, involves using the human being as a food source, an energy source, a plaything, a slave, and a marketable item. So initially you say that, as well, you mentioned the reptilians are physical beings and do have physical bodies, but these, it appears, are kept in a storage place once they arrive here, while they encase themselves in a physical human form to operate behind the scenes. They have mastery over the fourth dimension, which for us is the world of dreams and astral travel. This is everything that we've been taught it's not.
Right. Yeah. They come here. Now, Roger was the one who, because he's had so many encounters with them, watched them deplane. He watched them get off. He was taken astrally to, actually it was, I don't know if it was astral, but he said that he saw them coming in from the homeworld, that they would have on these sort of almost like latex costume faces, and they would use these while they're in transport, I guess not to get anybody's attention. They have physical bodies, which they may keep on when they're underground or in these bases, because people have said they've seen reptilians. That's when they're in the physical. But they found that if they can take off, get out, step out of their physical body, step into a human physical body, they can operate here behind the scenes, controlling and manipulating without any problem. So that's really how they do it.
You said also that the reptilians found the planet in the Sirius system.
Yes.
What do you know about that?
All I know is that I've heard this about 5 times, that there was an inhabited planet in the Sirius system, and there are Sirians here who are also in this fight, but they said that is fouled and uninhabitable. That the aliens or the owl fouled that planet.
Do you think there's a possibility the metaphor, the wolf, relates to Sirius, the dog star?
I know you mentioned that. I don't know. I never thought about it. I just always thought that it was having to do with them.
Reptilians, okay. Now you talk about the Owl's Opera. What is the Owl's Opera?
The Owl's Opera is this great theater that we have going on out here.
And it initially occurred because there was an invasion by a very advanced race from Orion, that being the reptilians?
Yeah.
How long ago did that happen?
I don't really know how many thousands of years. They've been here for a long time.
And what was Earth like before they showed up?
It was supposedly, I've heard, it was beautiful. It was, one woman called it my Eden. You took away my Eden. We, as a species, the human race, was evolving on this beautiful planet just wonderfully, but naive enough to when these gods came, so-called, and they wowed everybody with their technologies, and then they started this whole thing. So, every culture has its gods and goddesses, the Greek gods and all these different Sumerians, and I think, but it was after the last passing of the planet X with the great flood stories that are all over, that's when they decided not to come back in their own or in a physical form. That was when the decision was made to come and be cloaked in human beings, so that because all of a sudden there are no gods. Now all of a sudden we're sort of left on our own, but we're not. That's when they decided to use the cloaking of humans.
So have the reptilians been involved in the Lemurian or the quiet invasion of Atlantis?
I don't really know that. I can't seem to get much information about Lemuria or Atlantis. For some reason, I just can't seem to get it back.
Now, what do you think about the paradigm on planet Earth of slaughtering animals for food? Where does that come from? Is that a reptilian philosophy?
I think so, but it just doesn't seem right, because too, they have consciousness, and I eat a little bit of meat, but I don't feel good about it. But the one thing I will say, that for the most part, humans don't torture the animals at least I hope not. They're not raping the animals while they're sending them to torture. They're not purposely torturing the animals' children in front of them while they're raping those animals while they're sending them to be killed. You know what I'm saying? This is
A level of perversion.
This is a level of perversion you can't even imagine.
You said there were advanced reptilian geneticists that manipulated human DNA. Is that your, or am I confusing that with somebody else?
I think that's probably true, but I don't know that.
You haven't heard it in reverse speech.
It's hard to get that kind of technical information.
Now, tell me if you have a problem with any of these
Okay.
statements. Reptilians mated with human women to create bloodline families. This
That's
is
probably true.
Ike material. Reptilians leave their reptilian bodies in storage when they come here.
I think that's true.
Reptilians survived the last time Planet X passed.
They left. They loosened the net as the planet made the passage. Then they sent down their minions to check out the situation. And once things settled down, they came back. That's what I heard in reverse.
And the reptilians set up all the political, religious, and financial structures on Earth.
Yes.
You said in your final posting on your website, there are those here who were brought down while trying to help and have been stuck in the reincarnational cycle. They have had their memories wiped and are just plugging along like most of the planet. I think the difference is that those from elsewhere are always trying to figure things out. They are not really comfortable here. They, all of you I would suspect, are on these types of websites reading voraciously different esoteric books, whether religious, metaphysical, UFO, paranormal, etc. There is the feeling that something is wrong and they're always seeking answers. So how did the reptilians put up this net, or this net technology? Do you have any information about that?
I don't really have that much information. It's layers. It's not just a net. This is layers. I think this, one inside of the other.
A Chinese box.
Kind of that way. I know it's, I heard it referred to as the Martian net, so I think that this extends all the way to Mars. And I know that they use wormholes and portals in order to transport body parts and what have you from energy points here, probably portals or energy centers, which are there connected to wormholes. They use those to transport to Mars and to Orion. That is the one place that they're most vulnerable, because they're not real. They're sort of outside of the net in a way. So they were furious when I heard that, and I talked about it to the recorder, by the way.
Now, you say reptilians want to keep us endlessly shut down, fighting amongst ourselves. How does that help them?
Well, we never turn around to see who's creating the mess, and we just keep fighting each other.
And you also said we cannot create our own reality right now because we are inside the matrix of the net. Mm-hmm. Does that give you a hopeless feeling, or what can we do if we can't create our own reality right now?
Well, I don't have a hopeless feeling because it's still changing. If I thought this was going to go on forever, because I know what their agenda was. Their future agenda was to microchip everybody, to have certain people set aside as slaves, the rest were in concentration camps and as a constant food source. And then they would probably alter the environment so that it would be comfortable for them, because they're blind in the sunlight, can't see in the sunlight. So that would have been our future, a total slave, lockdown slave planet. Now, if I didn't know that Planet X was coming in to shred the net, being sent by God, the Creator, and if I didn't know that this whole reality was changing, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning because it would be so depressing. But as it is, I am very, very hopeful that this is going to change, and we're going to be rescued from this mess.
What if the fourth dimension, the lower astral, was someplace in the solar system, physical frequency we couldn't see, like on Mars or on Venus? Do you think that's possible?
Well, I think that you can't see them on, like the fourth dimension is on Mars. There probably is a fourth dimension all over, just like if 3 dimensions. And they operate on Mars in the 4th dimension. They're not physically there on the planet. They're there interdimensionally, I believe.
So when you talk about spirit people leaving their bodies, being propelled and dumped on their way out, you said they've bumped their heads on the net. What do you mean by that?
Well, when they try to get out of your body, it's like a Faraday cage. And when Robert Monroe was put into a Faraday cage, he could astral travel. But in the Faraday cage, when he got out of his body, he would hit that, and his astral body could not go through the Faraday cage, which was electrified. And this is what's happened. And what happens is they may project out to a certain point if they're pretty aware, and then they'll hit the barrier, and then they'll just be accosted, surrounded, taken away.
Robert Monroe also mentions loosh. How is that important in understanding this phenomena?
Well, they regularly they're parasitic as well as eating astral flesh and sometimes physical flesh. They are parasitic, so they ingest energy through while people are sleeping or meditating or in a restful state. If you feel a vibration, like in a certain body part or on your face, just like a light tingly, then somebody's sucking your energy. You can feel it in different areas. Usually it's around a chakra or a major organ, because that's where most of the energy is housed. And so they'll be feeding on you. And I've heard them talk about, waiting for somebody to go to sleep so they'll feed on them.
You've also talked about reptilians can take good astral people and through reincarnation can force them back into the cycle of the net.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
Is this from the reverse speech that you hear this, or the EVP?
I don't think I've heard that through reverse speech. I think I heard that through other information. So I can't say, but I know that they call it recycling, when they cycle somebody back into the game, into the physical world. After all, this is where children are brought in. The other planes, they don't have children. They can't have children on the lower astral. So in order for them to create new babies with consciousness, they can create all kinds of hybrids and stuff. But they want the consciousness. They want the memories and the experience and the emotions of a real human being.
So what is the nature of the net in detail? Is it a charged electronic field, or what is it?
Well, I think that's what it is. I don't know for sure. It's a force field of some type. I know they're ionizing it with chemtrails, so it will be more volatile. You say that the chemtrails
use ionized metallic salts, and that there's also strange biological material like blood cells.
Well, there's different. The chemtrails do different things. They create viruses and illness. They are dropping these biological things that are seeding. It's a song fest. It's nice. They're hearing coyotes. They join in.
Apparently they're a little adverse to cameras.
They get self-conscious when you look at them. They heard the owl.
So let's talk about chemtrails again.
The chemtrails, from what I understand, again, it's hard for me to get real technical information from reverse speaking because I'm not that good at it. The biological organisms are for seeding people. They want to get as many people seeded as possible before they leave. So they're dropping these biological, it's seeds of their own kind. That's what I understand. Then there's the viruses and things that they will, I've heard Cheney say in reverse, there's too many of them douse the air. So they're trying to make us sick through chemtrails. And they're ionizing it. They want to set this net on fire. They're going to use probably HARP to get it going. And that's to help charge it so it becomes more volatile. That's what I believe.
Can the net produce holograms and screened images?
Oh, I believe so.
What happens if an ET Alliance ship is brought down within the net?
They're screwed. Yeah, they're screwed. They're, what are we doing here? That's what happened to all of us, I can guarantee you.
So, as far as Mars and the reptilians, you said the net emanates from Mars?
It's part Mars is involved. I don't know if major, they own Mars. They own that planet. And it could be that it emanates from there, but I'm not sure if it, but it's, the net is part of Mars. I don't know if it surrounds Mars or not.
Is it possible that reptilians exist on the surface of Mars but in another frequency?
Yes.
You also mentioned that on Mars there have been photographs of glass tunnels. Is that accurate? Have you?
I only know that from seeing the photographs. I know they have underground, they're underground, they have huge bases there.
And what else do they have going on Mars?
Well, that's where they take a lot of the people that die. And that's where they kill them again. And they have huge meat lockers there. And that's where the ship will stop on its way out to pick up more meat. These animals, these lizards have just voracious appetites. Voracious. They use a lot of meat.
Now, regarding the reptilians, you've said, we've been handed belief systems, political and religious, which have been used to great advantage by this group to promote dissension, hatred, bigotry, and cause war. War has created benefits for this group on every level, but primarily it is a feast, as the fallen soldier, young, healthy, and filled with adrenaline and fear, is the favorite food source of this group. Once on the other side, the soldier is again faced with his death, and this time at the hands of leering reptiles mocking his sacrifice for a patriotic cause. Within the last few years, we have had an invasion of perhaps tens of thousands or even more of these new arrivals. Most of these are clone beings with no compassion whatsoever. They were given an extra Y chromosome in order to be more aggressive. I would say that this group is virtually all male, and in the past I have spoken to some of these entities who have been born naturally as well as females of their species, and it seems now the male cloned reptilians are dominating the interdimensional world. This started happening in September 2004, you say, where these large numbers started coming from Orion. How can reptilians play with the mind of a human? How can they mind hack to find out what scares us?
They have specialists. They have specialists in all different fields. Not all of them, they don't all read minds. They have specialists that read minds. They have others they have labs where they work on their technologies to do different things. They had a whole group that really perfected the near-death experience. I mean, because in the past it wasn't called upon that often how many people were resuscitated, not very many. So it was just in recent times. So they put forth a great effort to be able to create this whole thing so that we're having this, now we have millions of people having this experience. They have specialists, they have just the minions, they have the soldiers, the workers, they just have, it's very structured, just kind of like here.
And are reptilians stealing fetuses from human mothers?
Oh yeah.
For what purpose?
They eat them.
Well,
now, there's two purposes. If they're just human, they're food. If they're hybrids, if they're Pleiadian, they're trying to get Pleiadian hybridization. They want Pleiadian DNA badly. That's why with my friend who's a Pleiadian, he's raped continuously. They have told me they have hundreds of his offspring, hundreds that they have created because they want that genetic material.
Now, when humans kill each other, you say the reptilians feast.
They wait. They told me you make war, we plan the wars, you fight, and we dine. And I have a reversal that says in World War II, when Bush was talking to the war vets, he says, we ate so many then we hiccuped. This is why we have war. Strictly, well, there's different reasons. They can make money and it's control, but it's mainly to eat.
So do they instigate murders as well?
Oh, yeah.
So there was a case that you and Ted investigated back in 94, 95 involving a man who claimed to have killed people under the influence of aliens. I think his name is Moody.
I guarantee you he was telling the truth. At the time, I wasn't sure. But he said aliens influenced him to kill those women. No doubt about it. I believe him now 100%. Of course, he did it you know. Now, whether he was insane, you know, they can try to influence you, but there still has to be a certain amount of participation. But on the other hand, you have mothers drowning their children in bathtubs, or throwing them from bridges, or sawing their arms off. This is somebody whose mind has been completely taken over.
So you say reptilians love making the victims terrified. Why?
Because they ingest that energy. It's louche.
They absorb the fear, energy of fear.
Yes.
And reptilians are very aggressive and threatening, and they use rape, and they're geneticists and mind manipulators. How is it they've been able to become so adept at so many different things to be so effectual over human beings?
We're their life. They have no life without us. We're everything to them. They consider it's their survival. It's for their survival. We are it for them. They have no life without us. That's why they're so terrified of what's coming. Because everything that they gain and everything that they do, we're their drug, their food, their pleasure, their energy. They have nothing without the humans. So this is we're screwing around with us is their life.
Are reptilians telepathic?
Some of them are, but not all of them.
Are they interdimensional? I mean,
Yes.
would you call them
They
interdimensional?
are interdimensional.
You also mentioned at one point that it appears to you that it might be possible that they can revivify dead, deceased human
I know
bodies.
they can.
Why?
They do
How?
that. Because they,
How do you know that?
well, because I've heard them talk about it in reverse. They talk about, you'll never know the body counts. Like, that's why they sealed body bags of some of the soldiers. And I know from a woman who I was friends with for a while who was having all these problems, and it turns out that her father died. And and she told me in reverse that they shocked him back and heated him back up. And by this time they had inserted an alien. And she was always afraid of her father. And it was a very difficult relationship. But they use and revivify dead people. If they're not too bad, they can bring them back. They prefer that to cloning, I believe. I think clones fall apart too easily. Clones don't seem to hold up. Yeah.
Now let's talk about the religious involvement here. Religions, you say, were set up to give us a reason to fight, and the reptilians have created this sinner mentality. And why did they do that?
Well, because it gives them an excuse to punish, torture, and they use the idea of well, it's like the people who they send into the lower astral. They were convinced that they were sinners, and that's why they're there, and that's why they're getting this bad treatment.
So does a person's belief system upon their death play a role in where they end up after?
Yes, I believe that's true.
And so if they program us to have a certain belief structure, and they believe that they're sinners and they're not worthy, they're going to end up in the lower astral and end up being food for the reptilians.
I think that's how it works, yes.
How is that? You say the Catholic Church is heavily infested with reptilians, and the Catholic Church agenda and the reptilian agenda coincide, and that pedophilia is part of that whole scenario too.
Correct, yes.
Elaborate more on the Catholic Church's involvement.
Well, I think when you have a power structure that controls huge masses of people, that's a reptilian agenda there, whether it's government or religious. Now you've got, the Catholic Church controls the lives of many, many people, but also can set up the sin, hell, purgatory scenarios so that then, if you are a sinner and you die, then okay, you expect that you're going to suffer, and they're glad to help you out with that. They also, again, I think with the priests and all, they are, a lot of them are seeded, and then that's where pedophilia and child abuse and All those things come into play.
Are you familiar with Salvador Fresedo, the Jesuit priest who showed up at the first UFO Congress that Wendell held here in Tucson? Well, Salvador Fresedo spoke at the Congress, and he said that there was a race of beings that lived, a race of ETs that lived off of our blood, and that used Coliseum events to suck out energy out of people, that they were involved with the Aztecs and the Mayas, and that the sacrifices that were made there were also to feed these ET beings.
Absolutely.
Does that sound
It's all
like
part of the same thing.
Now this is the wave pattern, and I'm speaking in forward here. I don't even remember, to tell you the truth, what I'm saying. But when you get to this area right here, you'll hear EVP, which is somebody saying God is Hitler. So here we go.
With good news, and I have with
God is Hitler. So that was pretty clear.
yeah, very clearly? Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to say that. Yeah.
So the way it works is like there's the person actually speaking, you're actually looking at their recorded speech, but then someone, something from elsewhere is also putting their 2 cents worth
Right.
into the.
Yeah, that.
Or maybe not. Maybe it'll be.
Maybe it will be just as physical as this.
Nick, what do you think about Peggy's research?
I think it has a lot of validity. Unfortunately, it's sort of subjective. Peggy spent thousands of hours listening, so you have to give her credit for what she's done. Yeah, no, it's there. There's too many people in reverse speech saying the similar things. As far as the exact details, I think that's open. But I think it's a potential science that by the time people figure it out, it's probably going to be too late.
Right.
Well, other people.
So it's a science of the last days.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Or the science preceding the new days.
The humans, most of the humans are of no threat to them. The humans, for the most part, they see as retarded, and they just see them as food. They're just like hamburger. That's what they
They're
call them.
just cattle on the hook.
Cattle, sheep, cattle. Now the Pleiadians who got stuck here, that's a different story. They know that we're all trying to wake up. We're the ones who are doing this on these websites, trying to figure things out. Even if they get channeled into something very religious, it's usually just always trying to question what is going on here. Whereas other people just, they're at the ball game or the mall or whatever.
It's just like in the Matrix. It's just like
Yes.
Morpheus trying to explain
Yes.
the Matrix to Neo, right? It's like most people. This is a prison, and most people don't realize it, right?
Yeah.
But it's like there's some of us that it's like a splinter in the mind. You know that something's wrong or something doesn't work about this place.
Yeah. That's
And so
it.
we're always trying to figure out what is it, and that leads us into
It's
UFO
very much like the Matrix.
research. And
It is the
it is
Matrix.
Well, if you serve you that night. I was in the honey, I will go eat everything. I know what this all is. Hey, hello. I know the wife and the heat moves her out fish. Yes, and that's a weird moon's getting out. Taking all the con cigarette. Yeah.
Oh. There. Drugs. like a place called Games Genesis. Let's ew. You know, alive is coming back. This opposition. Well, it's interesting that you get your repairs done, isn't it, Jennifer? This is make sure I don't get mine done. Mm-hmm. What the fuck am I going to do? I've got to say, I'm calculus. We're not going to follow a street. No, I shouldn't have thought small. But as years go on, I was involved with them. Just life got in the way and my situation. I still, of course, gives me abuse. I think name is shame. I thought I'd feel it up on I thought I understand. It's okay, it's You know, she's Krishna. No. Krishna. 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 Let them pass. Move your trolley, please. Move it. Thank you, move it. Well, you better, because that's my disabled way. I need to use it.
It would be pretty easy. I just everybody contributes. Bio.
Moveset products. The demon attacks. Oh. Oh. Well, it's interesting that you get your repairs done, isn't it? Get, this is really cute. I like to get mine done. Mm. What does that have to say? What kind of service? Move your trolley, please. Move it. Well, you better, because that's my thing. What is interesting that you get your repairs done, isn't it? Get, if you like to, I got get mine done. Yeah. What does that have going to say? What kind of fun? So good. They don't know how to street. Ja, ich lasse das. Move the trolley, please. Move it. Move it. Well, you better, because that's my disabled bay. And I need to use it. It's a procedure for it's too much of a thing. Well, I don't want people to go home, but you would have thought it more sense just to go home to it.